YouTube here for this morning, but I want to go ahead and make sure that you guys understand that you can also use the above. All right, so let's get to ES futures. So indeed, we are pulling back. This is what we expected. So yeah, notice on the weekly that the blueprint for the ES futures has not really changed. I think I moved up one level. That might be that 4082 and that 4016 level, but I still have the supply up here. And this week, I've written down here, bulls need a weekly close above here. So if you're bullish, you would like to see a close above the 4153. Okay. If you're bearish, short term, you're just looking for a little bit of digestion. Basically, that's going to be your line in the sand. So 4153. Okay. And that also, if you zoom in here, we'll see that, you have the trendy edge there, right? So it's resistance until proven otherwise. All right. Everybody understand that. So that level, if we push up into it, look for it to reject. All right. So far, it is just Monday morning. Inside week would just mean digestion. Okay. If we start to break down below this 4082, then I do believe we could come back and test the cloud down here towards 4016 on the weekly. Current price is at 41.17. That's only about 100 points or $10 in the SPY. If bulls, for some reason, we start to bid over 41.53 and we hold it for the day, then I again would say, hey, folks, we're looking for that 4,224 level. As I've said many, many times, I'm actually kind of shocked. It's almost like, the masses are just watching this video. I know there's more supply and demand traders out there, but it's almost like they will not come up and hit this box just to mess with us, right? So for some reason, they just have a really hard time getting up here into supply. Just look how close we actually got, right? All right, let's move on and get into the daily, which I think, man, I tell you what, guys, if you went over to the daily charts on NASDAQ and ES last week and the week before, these have been working out really, really well. All right. Now, the trigger longs, resistance, and short triggers. Okay. The biggest thing here is it's a bigger picture, right? Instead of like concentrating on a 5-minute chart and trying to be too exact, the idea here is that I found levels on a daily chart. All right. And I'm looking for price to move down into them. And the closer we get to them, we're looking for a bounce, right? And that's what trigger long means. So you look to go long in here. Notice that the trigger long now at 40.99, or you can round up if you like at 4100, happens to be right around the EMA cloud on the daily. The cloud is support until proven otherwise. That's kind of how you trade this thing. Once we break over, it becomes support, and then you look to go long. Okay. And notice that it's a cushion right now. All right. This is your second day down. Okay. Second day down. And remember, the cycles that I'm looking for, especially during, like a earnings season, is probably anywhere from 1 to 3 days down. 2 days down, most likely you get a little pop here before we open up, but look out for the resistance. Okay. Trigger long. Let's just go over this really quick. What does that mean? That means if we get down here to this green line, I mean, it's up to you. You could do a bracket trade and just say, hey, I'm okay with a 5-point loss or something like that. Just take the trade once we get in here and reclaim. And again, let me show you what that looks like. So price would drop down into this, then it would reclaim. You say, okay, I'm okay with 5 points. And perhaps like last week, you get a lot of points to the upside. However, if you want, once you get to this level, you go quickly into a 5-minute. All right. And what we're looking for there is we are looking at the TTM Squeeze Pro. For example, notice that the 5-minute came down into the trendy edge. The trendy edge is an automated level where we look to go long when price comes in. What you do is you just take your eyes down here to the histogram on the Pro. Okay. Once you see 2 yellow bars, you can look to go long. Notice that the edge holds. Depending on what your stop is, you end up doing really well for yourself. Okay. Again, nice move from the edge here, 41.08, push into 41.24. The levels work, folks. Last night, you can see we also broke down below the trendy edge. Once we break down below, we're looking for it to be resistance until it's not. Same thing, looking to go short. Your target could have been down here towards the edge. Okay. So what do we expect going into this morning? This is a 4-hour chart. Let me go ahead and show you. This resistance, we had this last week. It worked really well. Price pushed into there, and then from there, we started to get defensive, I guess, right? Not getting long into stocks and that type of thing. Okay. So right now we're in the cloud. Right now we're pushing up from the trendy edge. This thing, this level, is support until it's not. The top of the cloud is resistance until it's not. So basically, what I'm looking for is a little choppy opening. Okay, so using this cloud, really, this is all neutral. Okay, if you don't want to wait that long, we come over to the 5 minute and then we look at the PMZ. Your PMZ, these would be your triggers to the upside today. PMZ high on a break of 4,117.5, look to go long. On a break below the PMZ low at 4,114.75, okay, look to go short. The overall risk today, I would say 3 points. It says about 2.4, which is there's no such thing. But for right now, I would say 3 points. Okay. 3 points of risk. Now, the way that I teach this, and the way if I trade futures all day long, is I use that 3 points for any trade that I take. What we notice is when traders first get to trendy trading, they're still trying to guess, right? Our biggest thing is wait for levels to trade off of. Don't wait for the third or fourth time it hits a level. Take the level. Try the level. See, this has been tested several times. Just to give you an example, the level worked. If you're just trying to take the trade after it's hit for the seventh time, sometimes that'll break through and you're like, man, that didn't work for me. Pay attention. Make sure you look at this. How many times has it been tested? Is it getting weaker or is it getting stronger? Okay. All right. So overall sentiment, it's working out, right? Sideways, down, digestion. And what's important about this week is the market watch, right? There's not a whole lot going on. And typically when there's not a whole lot going on, the market digests and pulls back. It's just one of those things, okay? Tomorrow, Jerome is speaking. I don't know exactly what it's about, but please write it down. It's 12 o'clock Eastern, okay? And I got that source from another source that I listened to, okay? So tomorrow at 12 o'clock, and I don't think it was on the Market Watch calendar. He is speaking tomorrow, okay? All right, cool. All right, so what else can we talk about going into today? Well, I think overall sentiment is really important, right? So when we think about the PMZ setup, all right, there are many instruments that we can use to trade. You can use the SPY and you can use the SPX just by looking at this ES blueprint. When the PMZ opens, if my overall sentiment is down to sideways, okay, what we're looking for, let's just say that the PMZ pops up right here. What you're looking for, maybe it breaks down. This PMZ becomes resistance. It'll pop back up. Okay, it'll come in there. And then we're looking at staying short as long as we're staying below that PMZ. Where are the targets that we're looking for? Okay, target, 4 hour. Look at this beautiful demand level. So this is what we call a chaotic candle. All right, you can call it chaotic, you can call it big, you can call it whatever you want. What we do know is that volume came in at this candle. We don't need a volume indicator to see that. It's a bigger candle than the rest of them, okay? So this is really the better opportunity to try, in my opinion, for a bounce play, okay? Just my opinion. We could open up here, we can bounce pretty hard, right? We could bounce pretty hard, but I want you to understand, as long as we're bouncing, I want you to look up and to the left. All right, this 4 hour I think is really the go-to for today. All this is in here is going to be resistance, and we may have to be super patient. One of the hardest things I think is the cycle change from being bullish to bearish short term can be very difficult because they don't make it easy. If I was in charge of the market, this is how I would let today play out. I've already gapped down the market, and if you didn't see this on Friday, right, and you went long and you're opening up with longs in your account, right, just talking to the masses out there, okay, then you're kind of stuck with, well, do I go short here at the bottom? We prefer not to go short here. We prefer to start shorts last week, okay, and then look to trim as you're opening up today, all right? Look to, if you want to get short, look to get short on the bounces to the upside. This sounds pretty crazy, but look to buy puts when the market's going up and look to buy calls when the market's coming down. All right. We're looking to identify those levels. I'd much rather get long down here. And today, if you're not already in puts, you're looking at buying puts somewhere around this trendy edge and right underneath this structure here. Okay. Give me 1 second. I'm trying to see what. Oh, okay. All right. Everybody understand that? And I guarantee everybody out there is like, yeah, that's easy, right? Yeah, right. 95% of people actually do the opposite. They buy puts on the bottom, right? And they buy calls at the top. It's true. Okay. So this is what we do. We stay patient. Wait for the levels. If you're a futures trader, look to trade off of the level when it hit last night, this morning. Okay. If you're in SPY, same thing. Let's go over here. All right. Actually, let's go ahead and pull up our SPY and QQQ. This is our neutral strategy. This is where we're opening up this morning. What do I always say? If we open up at a target, beware. Okay? Don't try to get short at a target because every target to the downside is support until proven otherwise. So what we have to do is, unfortunately, just stay a little patient. Okay? 40860 is support. 410.76 is resistance. That's how we read this when we open up in the morning. And this will keep you from making a lot of mistakes. All right. Again, I would much rather be patient. And if it pops up here, this is where I want to try a short and then look for the continuation to the downside. Okay. Over here on the Qs, notice that we popped up in the neutral. This is probably just some kind of bad data, but it pushed up into 305.42, and now we're stuck between two levels. So the way that I like to read these is 301.64 is support, and 303.76 is resistance. Notice that we're higher on the curve here. That means the NASDAQ or Qs are opening up towards a resistance, whereas SPY is kind of opening up towards support, which to me makes sense because the SPY has been, outpacing the NASDAQ, and the NASDAQ's been pretty weak. Okay? All right. So just take those two levels. It's if this, then that. Patience on the open. Okay? All right. So a couple names over here. Remember, when you wake up in the morning, usually you would look at the updates. On Mondays, it's hit or miss if I do an update, just because, like I said, on Sundays, I give you all the information you need. But coming in here, you'll see that this morning at 7:40, all right, we have a plan here for Apple. Let's go ahead and take a look here. And I know that some of you already got short on Friday for Apple. So congrats, some of you guys might be trimming or something on the open. But this is what I see. All right. This is one of my favorite setups, actually. And I'm going to give you, a couple different looks, right? And feels like, you got to feel it out and see what's going to happen. You're very close to the cloud. And Apple's been pretty strong, all right? So it would shock me if it doesn't actually bounce from the cloud, and that's what this little arrow is annotating. It's saying, hey, if we come down into the cloud, look for a bounce, and then look for this to be resistance, okay? Let's say that we don't get down here. Well, if we push back up into here, this is where I want to try to go short, okay? Stops could be up here. Now, you have different ways of doing this. I can go short equity. I can buy puts, or I can sell call credit spreads. Okay. If I sell call credit spreads and I'm wrong, then I just simply buy back the short side and then try to ride the trend to the upside. I like that one. If it goes sideways, you make money. If it goes down, you make money. All right. And if it takes off, we could buy back the short side. Okay. Okay. Everybody see that? So that's what we're looking for on Apple. That's what I'm looking for. All right. I would like to see it bounce a little bit, and the higher it gets up here, look to go short. AMD. Now, I'm kind of torn on this one. On Friday, I kind of wanted to short it. It just seems like it's pretty weak, and it looks like the rest of the market. You have this demand that's sitting down here that has not been tested, okay? But like the SPY, it's kind of opening up close to support. Notice we have an inside and up formation here. The only thing I don't like about this demand zone is that it's basically dropped all in here, and it would have been stronger if we had like consecutive or consistent, continuation candles here to the upside, and then it was coming down, I would like it a lot more. Okay. This is not really a lot of demand, and that's why I would prefer, and even if I don't short this, let's say I don't do anything, then I'll just stay patient for this level right in here. And these are really easy for you to guys to find. If you have toss, just look for the arrows. Okay, these are going to be your demand levels. Okay, and you can see they're right at edges, 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 and so forth. All right. So again, I'm not trying to sound like overly biased to the downside because I can flip the script really quickly. But I need you to understand what I'm seeing are just better demand zones to the downside where I'd be willing to get long. And if we pop, I'm looking to go short with stops above those resistance points. Okay. AMD, again, I'm torn a little bit here as we could get a nice little bounce on the open. You guys will obviously know because our alerts come right in here. Let's go over here to the alerts and make sure I get these up. So again, Apple, AMD, I'll put SPY and QQQ on there. Melissa's going to talk to you about SPY. Tesla, just really quick, let's go over that because, it was opening pretty strong, but man, you got to love the trendy edge. Okay. Trendy edge is already there. We popped up into the trendy edge. That target was 194.86. That is your resistance until proven otherwise. If Tesla drops in between 189 and 184, looking for buyers to step in to continue that trend, at least to that round number of 200, 203, 213. If you guys have any questions, just say so here in chat. I'm finished for just this segment, and then we'll get started as soon as we open up. We'll kind of coach through and see if we're going to take any trades. Okay? Appreciate you guys. Let's have a great Monday. Hope you had a great weekend. We'll get started here soon. Good morning, Melissa. Awesome. Thank you, Melissa. I appreciate it. And as a reminder, I like to say this because in our position, I always have to go back to when I was using services to take trades and, so forth. And now, very transparent in the beginning, it was like, hey, I'm just going to follow trades and become a millionaire, you know? And that obviously didn't work out, right? And so I learned to trade on my own, right? And kind of figure out what I need to do and so forth. And I think that's what everybody's journey kind of turns into. When we are sitting up here, it's very, very important to understand where people are for the year. Like, what mindset are they in, right? If I were going to learn from somebody, I gotta like get inside their mind. I just want to make this clear, and I think you guys all know this, but if you're new, you may not know this. If you go to the journal, all right, and you look at what Melissa's been doing, she's up 103% already this year. 103%. Okay. So naturally, it's different than you if you're not up 100% this year. Everybody understand that? Do you guys understand where I'm coming from? Like, you get that? So if she takes a trade, all right, she is going to treat it the same way that she always treats a trade. But I need you to understand naturally the mindset is a bit different, right? You got like a really nice cushion there. Okay. Same thing with me. If you have questions, like if you guys are just like looking at alerts, remember what's cool, what we do here at Trendy is that I call them a proof of concept, right? That's what they're all about because they're literally tapped into the back end of Thinkorswim. What we trade is what you see. It's as transparent as you can get. Okay. So these are real trades. All right. There's real emotions involved. And proof of concept just means, hey, if Melissa says she's going to try to take a trade at a trendy edge and she takes it, you see it. Okay. But trying to, I guess, what is it great? Trying to copy, it's very difficult sometimes. Just know that. All right. What we're trying to do, and I think we do a really good job of it, is teach you how to trade, how to execute, talk about risk, talk about targets, and all these great things that'll help you be a consistent trader. So if you have questions throughout the day, feel free to ask them. Please, during the, probably first 30, 45 minutes, just don't send me direct messages, right? Because I'm trying to concentrate. Just give me that space in the morning to trade. And then typically after an hour or so, I'll be free unless we're really busy taking trades. The second thing is, you guys know that I also am a guest trader over at Simpler. And so I have a schedule there this week, and I'm pretty busy there this week. And let's go over there just really quick. Um, Basically every day. So Monday, 10:30. Tuesday, 10:30. Wednesday, 9:30. Thursday, 9:30. Friday, 9:30. So that's my schedule for the week. So I'm busy Monday through Friday. Okay. So I'll disappear for that time being. I'll record. You can watch me still trade, because I'm not saying anything different that I would say here. But just kind of teaching and those kind of things. But I also like to keep the mic open for Melissa, and that's why I hop off sometimes. Is just in case something's happening. Okay. But anyways, guys, that's it. Let's have a great week. One more minute to open here. And we are getting that bounce, kind of like what I expected before the open. Let's see if it actually does anything. Let's get over here. There's your PMZ. And this is the red box here. Remember what that means? That means the PMZ is opening below the line in the sand. That's why it's red. They do change colors. Ooh, right? And so this is called a negative positive so far. All right, guys, if you bring this over, negative, positive, we're looking for a move into the line in the sand or so. So we're getting that pop I talked about, okay? Getting that pop I talked about. And so the question is, do we short up here towards the resistance? It's not really a question. We got to actually execute, okay? So let's see here. SPY hedge up just a tad. What's gold doing? Gold's up about $1. Netflix is pretty flat. Amazon's down here by the edge, so I'm gonna not pay too much attention to that. Apple had a nice little pop. Again, potentially 148, 145. Let's go over here to ES Futures. Still doing its thing. Again, negative positives. This is on your education. The higher probability trade when we have this red PMZ and price opens up is that we get a move into the line in the sand. Timing is the variable, but also this is pretty long distance here. 41.17 and a 41.46. I'm gonna hold off there. Let's see, Tesla came up and smacked the daily edge. My long-term trade for you guys who started that with me last year, it was almost about 900%, I think, on Friday. It's currently still close to 800% right now. I'm not going to do anything. I still have like this thing in the back of my head that says, hold this bad boy, because there could be something big coming. It just reminds me of a couple years ago. So I've been trimming quite a bit. And nice trade there, Brittany. Yep, yep. Nice job there in the futures, guys. Looking for that move. And so for me, I'm trying to time this a little bit better. So Amazon did push up, hit a little bit of resistance there. Apple pushed up a little resistance. XOM pushed up a little bit of resistance. Let's see if we want to do anything. Nope, nothing there. Spotify was something. Did you guys know Spotify got an upgrade? We were in that last week. God, man, it hit our target, by the way, of 124. That's exactly where it stalled. Yeah, too bad. That would have been nice just to be holding in that bad boy. That's for sure. Tesla just kind of stalling at the trendy edge here. Spot 296, Tesla up 7, UNH. Remember you and I were talking about that. And then what else did we have? Apple, AMD. It's hard for me with this potential. Let's go. BAC. We were talking about banks over the weekend, Melissa. So I'm kind of watching that as well. I'm sorry that I didn't go over it with you guys, but definitely watching some banks in the background. actually going to put this one on here so I can watch it. Okay. Looks like Apple wants to get a piece of that EMA down here at around 151.42. And there's that Spotify we took last week. We took it down, what, right around here? Look at this move. Beautiful. And it came right into our target. And next target's 135, so I am watching this. I wanted to see if it get a little bit more of a pullback though this morning. And let's see, 4100 for SVX. But I want to wait. I want to see if we can get a little bit more of a pop towards the line in the sand. I may or may not get that. All right, so 410.76 was resistance on SPY. So far, 408.60 holding as support. Over here on the Qs, still, resistance going to be up here. They got through the 303.76 level, but again, cloud is resistance. The EMAs are kind of swooping over, so just be cautious. What you want to do there? I'm actually going to, let's see what we got here. I try to spot. No, no, not at all. Yeah, so far very choppy. Kind of what I expected. Some sort of, it's just like, oh, might do something. Nope. Kind of come in and yeah. Oh, nice. So besides the door, he's charging about 1,500. Nice. Mm-hmm. Except mine's 2,400. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, and it was like 2 to 3 days, I think. So maybe it would change. I need to ask that, you know. It's like, okay, what if you get it done in 2 days? You still just one flat rate or it's a nice door. Hmm. Yeah, I think it's literally all the same. Yeah. I've been trying to add to my Okay, cool. I didn't say go short. Well, I think, well, to clear things up, so what I'm looking for is a move into the line in the sand and around the edge. Yeah. You still trade the PMZ. This is so you still trade it. So this is the hard part. So the mechanical piece, and I always question this, like whether I should say anything. I mean, honestly, the process is very mechanical. Sometimes I think we just put charts in and just be quiet and never talk because what will happen is you're going to listen and you're going to come up with, these ideas that, I don't want to be short. I'm not going to go short unless we start to break down underneath this PMZ, far as ES futures are concerned, or micros. Okay. So the mechanical approach is just don't listen to what I say. Okay. Trade the PMZ. I'm waiting for price to push up into here. Okay. That's what I'm looking for. I would expect this to be resistance today. We'll see what happens. Now, if this turns, okay, Kim, if this turns and we start to break down and close below here, that's a different story. But notice we had the trendy edge, okay, so that's your neutral strategy. And after a move, okay, we're just digesting in here. So it's safe to say the better trade is just scalping around the PMZ. I hope that helps. Yeah, it's very, very difficult. I mean, I'm just being completely honest with you guys. I mean, it's like if you listen to keywords, right, when I'm talking, so we want to be looking at going short when we're pushing into resistance, not down on the lows. So we're opening this morning. This is the low, the trendy edge, right? So right in here, we're lower on the curve. So just look at it from that perspective. We're lower on the curve. And when we're lower on the curve, what do we like to do? Look to action. Yeah, you actually look to go long, Kim. So, and anybody else listening. All right. We have to break through these levels before, this idea gets shot. And we have to break into these ideas for me to test the short. Make sense? What do you mean I was saying short? I'm not even short. I'm not sure what you mean. You mean I was looking for the short? Yeah, I'm looking for it to hit resistance first. I'll let you know if I'm short. I mean, you're going to see it over here. Not on futures. but I'm also not in futures right now. So interesting. I'm looking at the calls over here on Spotify. It kind of looks like people are buying at the money and selling around the 130. So we'll see, or they're buying the 130s. We'll see. Just give me $6 to $8 on Spotify. Spotify, if you've never traded Spotify with us, it's always Roberto. If you're in here listening, he'll tell you. I feel like anytime I talk about Spotify, he knows what I'm talking about. But you got to be relaxed with it, be lenient, let it flop around a little bit. So it's one of those where, when I trade it, I trade smaller so my feelings don't get hurt. Yeah, yeah, because they could get hurt for sure. Oh shit, Sam. Sam is absolutely horrible, dude. I took that last year and it was like puke city, man. I was like, oh, this thing's down like, I don't know, $400. Came into a little bit of demand, bought some, just kept going down. Like, wow. So, I mean, really, also, Kim, like something like on the Spotify, if the market can push into the line in the sand, I should be able to get, so the ES, if the ES can push into the line in the sand, I say the edge to 41.39, 41.46, maybe I'll get a trim on Spotify. I don't know. But I'm not overly bullish either. I'm just waiting for the digestion to happen. This is probably the hardest part. It's never easy on a cycle change. And what if I'm wrong? I mean, what if there's no cycle change and it just keeps going up? That's why it's so important for me to be careful with my words. I don't want anybody to get overly biased. I really, really try to be open-minded about the whole idea of long or shorts. Melissa, CELH up 8.5. I saw that it dipped really hard on Friday, and I just was like, man, told you. Like anytime this thing gets under 100, it's just been a great trade. And see, Amazon is down here towards the edge, so this kind of, I was like, okay, what's my risk to reward? We're talking about that over the weekend. I'm like, it would have been a buck. I would have made $1. And I just, sometimes I'm in the mood to make $1, sometimes I'm not. It's, it's hit or miss, right? If I want to be aggressive. Um, JPM's absolutely doing nothing here. Apple got very close to the cloud and bounced, still down only $2. Let's look at AMD, kind of farting around here. It came off of the demand though, which was, that's why I said I wasn't, that was a possible long there. Came right up into the edge. And so this is another thing to point out for you guys. Like if you have a trade where you have a lot of lines around price, you just, I mean, I automatically think to myself, this is going to be choppy. Does that make sense to everybody? Like, I mean, so look at AMD. You got a level here, you got level here, level here. You got the demand zone here, and it's fun, but just know that like maybe your risk reward is a little skewed first thing. So then don't expect anything huge. Yeah, Kim. Yeah, I definitely agree, man. However, this is what I would say to you. There's plenty of times that people don't listen, okay? Plenty of times people don't listen and they do get hurt. You know what I'm saying? This is the market. The market is to me it's absolutely you cannot have anything. It's just Murphy's Law. You can say, hey, all right, say I have my favorite trader I listen to in the mornings, and they really lead me 80% of the way all the time. They're just, good at analyzing the market, and as soon as like somebody loses or something doesn't go a particular way, and you had a personal idea that actually plays out, you feel like, oh man, see, I should just listen to myself. I do think that's a good thing. That means you're growing too. But the second thing though is, you're like, well, I don't need to listen or I don't need to do this. And then for some reason, Murphy's Law, this was my experience, then things turn again. It's like, damn, what's wrong with me? So just I would just say be consistent, you know. Yeah. 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 Or regardless of what I say, I mean, I'm just saying it's mechanical. And that's the biggest thing, guys. I mean, if you sit here and look at it, you can't sit here and argue with me, right? Look at the PMZ. Like, are we not seeing the same thing? Price came down to the PMZ. The risk is 2.4. We said 3 this morning. If you took the trade when it came in, it pushed up, right? But, however, if you listen to me and I said I'm looking to go short when prices pop into resistance, that can indeed make you hesitate on taking the trade. Am I right? Am I right? So Iowa, anybody. Kim, am I right? Exactly. So if you're a futures trader and you want to trade this PMZ, just trade the PMZ, folks. That's why like it's so difficult for me. It's like there's not you don't have to like you guys are looking at 5 minute candles, they're super small. Most of you are looking to make 2 to 5 to 10 points. Um, when I'm talking and going through the ES futures, like something like this, this is the big picture, right? The daily, the weekly. This is just so much bigger. So, yeah, just try that out. But there'll also be a time, right, where I might be coaching and it might be your biggest day ever where you're about to do something and you didn't realize, maybe we're on the mic and I'm like, hey, the PMZ's here, but up and to the left, 1 point away, there's a big 4 hour inside and down. You go long, you get crushed, and then you look over and we're all talking about how we were expecting it. So that's what I'm saying. Just you can listen, right? But still learn, right? And just say, okay, well, I'm going to be mechanical off of this, but I will note or annotate this level for sure. Yeah. I think that Spotify could have got a trim at 35%, and then it came right back down to my second entry. But here, I want to show you guys this on Spotify. This is what I'm looking at. This is where where did we go? 1 second. So this right here, this is where I try to add right in here. And then we got a nice little pop. And like I said, it could have sold for about 35% or so. But this is what I'm watching. I'd like to see it hold this 122.70. And then the number that I quoted was this 9 EMA and this inside nut formation here. So, and is the PMZ good for the whole day? So the more it's tested, the weaker it gets. It's been tested 1 time, 2 times. Okay, no close underneath yet. Your first target, though, would be down here to the downside. I think it changes after 30 minutes, guys. So don't go above that. You can just test it out right now if you have time, but I think it's 30. I just stay on a 5-minute chart if I'm using the PMZ. And another thing you could do is just annotate the levels. So you can come right here and go like that, and they go to whatever time frame you want, and those levels would be there. But it does get distorted. But we use the 5-minute. Short's down about 3. Let's see if we get a close underneath here. So again, risk to reward here to the downside, 4107 right now. But it all depends on who's looking at what chart. Like everybody has different perspective, and that's why we go through the several different time frames. Me personally, I said this morning, right, that the top of the cloud was resistance, and I prefer the demand zone. He's talking about one of the automated ones. It's the mid IRA. And I'm trying my short from 41.15 and a quarter, guys. We'll see if it works out. I'm on micros, by the way, right now. Because the reward to the downside, as far as the 5-minute chart goes, pretty lame. And it's up to you. I mean, like I said, you can bring stops in after a couple points or do whatever you want to do. I'm up about 3 points right now. I'm gonna buy back. And let's get to a small time frame so you can see it. So it closed under. Target's 4107. But what I want you to notice here, and you always should be aware of this, okay? Look at the divergence between 5-minute and the price, okay? At some point, sometimes when you take these trades, folks, is you're going to get your target, but there's also times if you wait too long, what's happening is the divergence between the cloud and price, you get this bounce, okay? And this is resistance until proven otherwise. So what happens, a lot of people unfortunately wait too long and then you get the bounce, they get taken out, but the cloud comes down, it rejects, you get stopped out, and then this happens. Okay? Always be aware of the divergence. The more you see, and just study it. Every time you take a trade, study it. So you'll see it, it'll come up. This cloud is resistance until proven otherwise. Okay. And my little scalp there only gave me 3 points so far. Yeah, and TriFid, I would say that's good, man. That's awesome. You know, even if you get stopped out for break even, you got to get those hands warmed up, guys. Monday morning, you're gonna get stopped out on a couple trades. It's okay. And you're also gonna change your stops and unfortunately get stopped out and then watch price do something. And you're like, man, but just try to stick to your plan. I would Brad. There's nothing wrong with that, man, at all. So, guys, I monitor both the futures chat and main chat, so I might be talking to people over there as well. Mike A took the short for about 4 points. Nice. Yeah, let's go over here to the high. Check this out for a second. Let's go to the pivot right here. I think it's roughly right in here. And price pushed right up into the bearish channel. Then right back down. Our Netflix gaining some traction here, down about $4. The debit spreads are starting to go up a tad here. Spotify so far been not working, and yes, because of that push, unable to get into the edge and line in the sand. You can see that Spotify. It's basically following direction here. So nice job, Melissa. Eh, we're gonna make this, see if we're gonna break this edge or not. It's 4 hour candle. Trying to stay patient. Let's go back over the 5 minute. So, for you guys that maybe didn't do anything, Iowa, were you able to, did you go short on that PMZ? Let's see. Oh, gotcha. Well, you held it, man. It's not easy, you know? I always think again, I'm not trying to be biased or anything, obviously, right? But I always think like when you're in the majority of rooms, what I see is that there's not much mechanical structure. It's more like, hey, follow me. And I think when you get like this type of approach to a trade, being mechanical, you're gonna have some, you're gonna have times where you're like, man, I should tweak it a little bit here, tweak it a little bit there. Um, but at the same time, it should feel a lot more comfortable for you knowing that in this type of structure, you shouldn't be following anybody. Does everybody understand that? Like you shouldn't be following anybody. This setup is meant for the trader who wants to basically, be able to control and not have to look for um, to follow traders. That's what I love about the futures trade, you know. Um, that was my whole vision anyways, because there is nothing worse. Like what if I was just like sending out, trades and when you lose, I remember like how I felt when I would lose when I followed somebody. I'm like, what did they do? Why did I lose? You know? And even more important, even when you make money, it's like, well, I want to keep doing this. How did I make money? So right here, all right. So watch this. Let's watch this slow. It's just a 5 minute chart. So for you traders that went short underneath the PMZ, let's say you trimmed at 4107, I want you to be paying attention to the TTM Pro. Most of you have it. Look at your histogram, still red, but notice that the trendy edge we found buyers. You guys see that? So this is where I feel like the trendy edge really helps me. I always go to this first. This is always my first. So if I'm short, I want to be trimming here, or closing, whatever the situation is for you. But this right here tells me, there's still a lot of selling pressure, and I feel like that's where this really helps me. And then the cloud, okay, is now confluent with the PMZ. And if we do some Fibonacci, let's go from the pivot high into the pivot low and check this out. 38.2 to 50 is where the PMZ is. And what do we know? I mean, as far as methodology is concerned, the 38 should be resistance. Well, look where that cloud is and look where the 38 is. So on this push to the upside, you should expect this, right? So if you're in here and you don't trim and then this happens, you don't expect it. You're like, well, why did that happen? Right? So you should always know as a trader where you want to go long, where you want to go short, but also understand when it's going against you, why it's going against you. It's going against you because on a lower time frame, you hit this level. Okay. And most people, what will happen is that they'll give up right around here, right? They'll get stopped out and then price ends up coming back in, right? That's typical. And these are things that I just started measuring and I started figuring out. It's like, oh, this is happening around the 50 or it's happening around the 23.6 and so forth. Maybe give a little love to my Spotify. Let's see if we can get it up to $6 or $8 by the end of the day. Now, you think that 5 minutes is hard to wait? This is, I mean, honestly, folks, this to me screams all day that we should move to here. But I also understand that, again, if I was in charge of the market, they don't, if we don't have a catalyst that puts us in there, like, something Biden would say or something that Jerome would say or anything, if we don't have a catalyst scheduled, this is what I mean. If the market's quiet, we chop and move down, right? And it's a slow move and it's exhausting. And don't exhaust yourself. If you're taking trades, be responsible. Take smaller trades if you want during this cycle. But this is not, we're not getting an elevator down, if you would. See if I say that and then things change. Here's that test at the bottom of the cloud. And so far resistance. Let's go to a higher time frame really quick. So when I'm expecting choppy conditions, I personally, yay, I took a scalp, made a little bit of money. But for me, like this really, for me, is the bigger picture. This helps me to stay calm. I just kind of hang out and say, if this, then that. So, Options, Danny, at 10:30. So after JC here, he's on right now. Any level? Yeah. I'm about to go all in, baby. It's my boy. It's my boy, Blue. All right, Kim. So let's just make sure we clarify that because you're new here. So when you're saying that in chat, makes it sound like you're talking about trendy levels. I mean, for the most part, I wouldn't say that our levels get blown through, but I understand what you're saying. It is hard to trust levels. But, all right. Does it make it easier, Kim? Listen to me. Does it? And I don't even know if your name's not Kim, right? I don't even know. Sorry. So your if you are willing to, so PH, for example, is talking in the futures room. So he's talking about how he uses quant levels, right? So he listened to me. I remember when he first came in, he was like, man, I'm just using your methodology and applying it to the quant levels. And I think somebody had just asked that a few minutes ago for him. Um, the methodology it entails a lot. It's not just like, hey, you see a level, you go long. There's a big piece of that, right? It's what about your risk? Are you willing to risk 3 points today every time you take a trade? If you're willing to take the trade, you should trust the level because you're okay with the loss. I think that's like the biggest part of the process itself. So when we take a level, we don't just take the level. We say to ourselves, okay, this is my risk for today. I'm okay losing 3 points. And if that's the case, you take the trade. And if it doesn't work out, it's okay. I really like to concentrate on the probabilities of what we're doing. For example, you go through the alerts. Do you see more losses or do you see more wins? Right? When you look at the PMZ trades, when you go back, this is what I encourage everybody to do. And many of you have done it, and many of you then feel more confident. Have you went back 30 plus days, written down every time you'd go long or short out of the PMZ? How many wins versus losses are there? Right? Adam, awesome. So, Adam, one of the biggest things, and anybody that's listening, go back and do this, please. Okay? If you are PMZ trading, go back and see, especially if you're a futures trader. And I want you to write on here. I really do. Like, this is what you need to be doing. You guys ready? Like, just this is your lesson for this morning. And then I'm going to stop talking and get ready for simpler here in a minute. This is what I want you to do. Okay? So, well, if you have the indicators, you just go back every single day. Boom, boom, boom. You need to manually do this. Okay? Telling you it's better. You don't need some machine to do this for you. You need to feel it. You need to go back and do it. Okay? So, what I want you to do is I want you to take this toolbar, okay, and just mechanical. Don't look at anything else. If I were to take this trade right here, okay, and in the past, you're not going to see what the risk was. So you have to come over here and go, okay, this is X amount of points. This one, I said 3 points this morning. Okay, so you got a 3 point stop. It comes in, take the trade, 3 point stop. The hard part is like, hey, where are you getting out? Because you can look all day if you want to and say, well, I've learned from John like where to find targets. I looked up and to the left. I found a little zone over here, those type of things. But most of you will bring your stops up, get stopped out quicker. A lot of people don't hold long enough. This is really common. So it's hard for me to tell you what your profits would have been on something like this, but what you can see is that you didn't get stopped out and price did work to the upside. Okay, you're more than welcome to go. Okay, well this was a 3 point risk. It peaked out at 41.30 from 41.18. That's 12 points. And so what you want to do is just do something like this say from here to here was 12 points. Okay, 12. All right. Now, did price come down here and then break back over? Like, what did it do here? I think we were watching this. It actually just kind of went straight through. So here, you take the short. You have a trendy edge under here. Okay, boom. From here to here, you still have 3-point risk. Okay, and your target is 7 points to the downside. You make 7 points. Okay, you following? I know this looks pretty easy, but I don't know why anybody would not do this. Go back 30 days right here. Are you taking the trade on the break or are you taking the trade on a close over? Which one are you doing? You got to figure out. It's up to you. Okay. 41.17, 41.23 already. So this is the thing. When you do this, okay, yeah, the PMZ is in play all day long. The only one that's not in play is the nighttime PMZ. I turn that off. So if I'm night trading, I turn that off. This thing's in play all day. Yeah, obviously. Look, people are buying it. Yeah. Okay. Sorry, guys. Talking to my wife. Now, some people, okay, prefer to wait for a close. Some people don't care. You're going to have to make that decision what you want to do. Okay. I've talked about this before. Me personally, for me, guys, let's just say this is the PMZ. I prefer, it seems like every time I'm teaching you guys something, I'm missing something for some reason. It's so weird. Anyways, so price comes down, comes into the edge. I prefer, down here it came into the edge, it flushed that edge. I prefer the trade that is the momentum trade, so I like to take it as soon as it breaks. That's me. I'm not a huge fan when they come back like it did this morning, okay? Unless it falls within 38% of the rally or 23.6, okay? So what I mean by that is I come down here and I measure, from the pivot low and try to see like, is this at the 23? It's not. So for me personally, all right, other people again do what they want. I just prefer the momentum trade like this. It's just one of my favorites. But you gotta figure out um, what you want to do. But I promise you guys, I really, and I say this, and there are like keywords, right? Promise, like you can't promise anything, but I feel strongly about if you go and you do this for 30 days. That's my homework for you tonight. Go back 30 days and do this. What you're going to find out is that the majority of trades work out and sometimes you lose. If you're concentrating on the losers, you are not going to win. That's like if you're a troll on Twitter, right? Well, Like for example, I'm just giving you an example. You're in my room, right? Me and Melissa. I think Melissa, we talked over the weekend. I don't know if you're listening, Melissa. She's lost 2 trades a week. And let's say that she's taken 25 trades. Is it important that she go out and tell everybody she lost 2 trades out of 20? Right? Or is it important in here we educate you why we got stopped out or why we hit our targets, right? Just like you should be concentrating on your probabilities of hitting that trade. And it tells me if you're not okay with losing, it means you don't accept trading. Trading means you're going to lose and win. And that's a shitty thing. This is the only job that we can wake up and go to work and lose money. I always tell folks that want to do this for a living. I'm like, just understand, you can wake up in the morning and actually lose money. Isn't that crazy? So if you can accept that, you're going to have an easier time trading mechanically, right? Think about that. If you are not accepting of losses, you are not going to do well. I'm sorry. I just don't think you will. You got to be comfortable. Made us up 2. Mhm. Tesla's still up. All right, here goes Tesla out of the PMZ as well. Look at it. It came into the line in the sand. So this is another good example. Like we just talk about levels. What if you were to try and just trade the levels, right? It's rinse and repeat. I keep saying this over and over, I feel like all the time. And I do that because I never know who's on the mic, Bo. But so you guys have to hear me say this again and again. But, try trading the levels, you know? That's all you do. I mean, again, I say this with confidence. Just if you're a member and you're coming in here and you're struggling, just try to do what Melissa did. I mean, she is by far the master student. Just trade the levels for 30 days. Then come in here and say something. Okay? So trade it, learn it, trade it, do 30 days of sample. All right? Yeah, journal it in this room so we can help. Iowa Brad, take a trade on the PMZ, journal it every single day for 30 days. Okay? Even if it's one share, my friend, even if it's one share, like just try it. And when you can give 30 days, all right, you give 30 days. And this is what I'll do, guys. Seriously. If you guys can reduce or not reduce, if you can do this for 30 days and journal this stuff, then I will give you a kickback. I will take a percentage off. If you want to be a member here, I will give you a percentage off of your monthly payment. Seriously. If you want this bad enough, you need to put in the time. Like you have to do the homework. Just journal your trades, folks. But wait a minute, but are you taking every single trade? Because some of you, I won't say any names, I'm watching you and you give up after 2 losses. And then I watch price move up 20 points and you're like, I didn't take that. There's a difference. So I'm asking for you guys to put it in the journal channel in here. I don't want you to send me your private journal. I want you to put it in the journal in here, in the journal room. Take a screenshot, show where you got in, show where you got out. What did you do? Victor, I don't know if you guys have noticed, Victor's getting better and better. And guess what he's doing? He's starting to journal. Tex, my guy who's been with us for a long time, turning that corner, man, doing really well. I mean, honestly, I reached out to him this weekend. I'm like, dude, awesome job. Like, you're turning a corner. Journaling actually helps. Yeah, some people buy them, Army, and some people rent them. You can't rent Thinkorswim. That's the only thing. So Tesla closed above, right? And you have 5 minute chart. Your risk is 54 cents, but this is Tesla, so I think we usually say a dollar. Now, here are some other things when we're trading PMZ. Okay. I still want you to look up and to the left, right? I still want you to look up and to the left and look at your risk to reward. So we have a trendy edge here. So is your reward 194.79 into 197.27? Probably not. We already touched it. Okay. So don't be greedy is what I'm saying. So you have to note these things. Yes, we have an edge. Remember what these edges are. They're supply to the upside. This level has been tested twice, okay? It's telling you that this is resistance, okay? So, to me, like the level's already played out. These are the kind of things I think about when I'm trading a PMZ trade or just a regular trade. Now, sometimes that gets me in trouble, meaning I don't take the trade and then 30 minutes later it blows right through, and I go back and I look and I say to myself, well, shit, the PMZ held. Why didn't I just stay long above the PMZ? Because I went over here and started to analyze, and I talked myself into not taking a trade. This is very natural, right? Very natural. Isn't that crazy? So mechanical would be just to take the trade, right? Mechanical, right, would be just to come over here, execute, and say, okay, it's going to go up and put a stop. Now, let's see. I want to show you guys really quick. So this is Tesla. Let's see if we can pull up. Yeah, pull this over here. And so let's go over here, Tesla. What were some of our targets on Tesla? Like 203 to 213. These guys have earnings or something? 99% implied volatility? What the hell, man? That's BS. Huh? This is crazy. And you've made it a point. She's told you guys over and over. That's why she doesn't really like to trade it on Mondays, right? But I'm a sucker for punishment. So I'm just like, so. And of course, I can't find my focus. Where's it at? Come on. There we go. So what you do, I've shown you guys before. Okay, this is called focus trades, and I just right click on the option, and then I send it over, and then I can put it on one of these charts here. So let's just put it on the green one. So this is the um, 210 calls on Tesla. So really quick, if I were sitting here wanting to take this trade, give me 1 second. Okay, let's get back over here. Damn it, slow down. There's Tesla. Okay, if I want to take this trade, I could simply just come in here and take the trade. Okay, now I want to show you guys this as a template, just really quick. My bot cannot do all the weirdness with OCO orders. That's why I don't take a lot in here, is because if I get stopped out or I do something, it messes up the bot and then my developer gets mad. So, but what I do want to show you is if you're doing this at home, okay, you know where the stop is, and it's roughly at what? A close below 194.22. Okay, so in here, I could just do one of my templates. So I just come in here and go to, let's see, where's my options? I know you're in here. There you are, options. 0.5, right? And all I have to do is come in here and go like this. Literally, that's it. As soon as it breaks, okay? What I know in this, if I take this trade right now, I could lose 50 bucks per contract because I have a stop of 0.5 and I have a target of $1.50. All right? Does everybody understand that? So really quick and easy. Now, if you're an equity trader, this is even easier to me because you just come over here and pop this open and go long. All right? And this is exactly what I'm talking about, just so that everybody like feels what I'm talking about. Okay? Is that the ES futures, they're not making it easy. What I can take from here is that they haven't taken out the highs, right? They haven't taken out the highs, but they also basically chopped everything around, okay? And if you're stuck on the idea that the market has to go down and you don't use a mechanical if this then that, if price breaks over the PMZ I'm long, if price breaks down below the PMZ I'm short, but taking note of the targets, right? I gave you guys this target earlier, right? And then we have a target up here, and this is what I originally am looking for, is a move into this edge and line in the sand. However, I took a short under here, right? And then I got my points and I jumped out, right? And now, they just don't make it easy, right? And because and you need to understand, I'm not trying to put a bias in your head, but I've seen these patterns over and over. This price can still move up into here and then by the end of the day be down here, okay? Or and then I can turn around and go, well, if you guys were concentrating on a bigger picture, right? You would see that it never got over the cloud and it broke back down into demand. And so that's where time frames are really crucial. Like I said, the majority of you just want a few points. But in your brain, you're like, oh, I'm going to be a millionaire. But the reality is, be real with yourself. PH is knocking out 10 points here and there, or he gets stopped out at 10 points. Some people knock out 2 points and they're happy. Majority of you are not looking for big trades. For me, when we come into a digest period like this, I am concentrating on the bigger picture because I find myself getting beat up more than not. Sorry, I stopped talking. My wife's out there on the dock talking to the contractors. They know when she comes out. They're like, dun 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 dun. She doesn't mess around. Well, it's hard. So like for our deck, we were quoted at 16 grand. I told you that last week. And then this other guy that's putting in my French doors, he came over the weekend and checked it out and was like, I could do it for 12. And I'm like, okay, where is the big difference here? You know, like to me, that's a big difference. 4 grand. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's exactly, Dave, how I look when I'm trying to like trade in the middle, man. For real, you know. So, hmm oh, thank you. Hey, baby, what's going on out there? Yeah. Why do you think we need 13 for the stairs to go down? Well, he also doesn't know about the stairs on the other side. Right. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. 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 The only thing is, like, they're gonna be here for a little bit. So if Eric comes in and, well, what else do they have to do as far as the project's concerned? Oh, really? You could ask them, just say, hey, is there, do you guys have any ideas to frame this? That, you know, does Mike have any leftover material that we're unaware of? Right. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I mean, you can look really quick and see. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Danny, there's definitely a video where I teach how to set up the templates for sure. We might pierce through and hit this 41, 44. I'm gonna try to short between 41 and 44 and 55, guys. I mean, really, we're really close to the top of the cloud here. Market strong, continues to be strong. you go in real quick to All right, all right, all right. Melissa, I'm gonna let you take over. I'm about to jump off. I'll record, and I will be back here shortly. So for the time being, we're almost up into this resistance spot. I would like to see it pierce around 41.44 to 41.55 before I go short. I'll probably do like credit spreads or something like that. Um, yeah. So, where are we at? Member chat. All right, guys, I'm good. Ready for my session here just in a few minutes over at Simpler. Just want to make sure these mics are working. That's weird. All right, folks, so we're getting that little push here. It's a little bit stronger into the upper cloud here. I would imagine we hit some resistance here shortly. We'll go back to the 5 minute and see if we got that line in the sand touch yet. I don't know because I'm not on the 5 minute yet, but we'll take a look. But what we can say is the reclaim of the trendy edge actually produced a really big move here to the upside. So, PH, I'm not sure if you're listening. Did you get in on the long side, my friend? Or were you guys just in the short side this morning? I forgot I'm not in the room. Hey, good morning, guys. Good afternoon. Hello, Simpler. Hello, everybody. I hope you guys can hear me. Let me go ahead and get a mic check. All right, Mirza. What is going on, guys? So here we are Monday morning, the 6th of February, 2023. Let's go ahead and get this party started. What's going on in the market? Let's talk about what I'm expecting here as far as my weekly plan, daily plan, 4 hour plan. And then I'm going to go ahead and take you into the 5 minute. So let's go ahead, just like I always do. If you don't know me, hi, my name is Jonathan. Nice to meet you. I'm a supply and demand trader, which you'll see here on the charts. And let's just go ahead and outline. We're going to start here on the ES futures. Down here is just a watch list with my scanners. And then over here, my API is driven to my account, if you would. So as soon as I take a trade, you'll see something pop up over here. I want to give you the look of the weekly. Okay, so every week I told you guys I come in here over the weekend. I want a blueprint. I want to know where institutions are buying. I want to know where they're selling, and I want to try my best to be on the right side of the trade. It's not always as easy as the charts make it look, right? Trading is not easy. It can be very, very difficult. But with the right process, with the right plan, and with the right allocation that you're comfortable with, it can become a little bit more consistent and you won't have so much fear of like executing a trade if you would. Okay, let's go ahead and get started. So ES futures, if you don't trade them, it's okay. You can try the SPY and the SPX off of this blueprint. The weekly, so far, just inside. This is just a little bit of digestion period. Whether this lasts for another day or two, for right now, my expectations are sideways to down. And what I really wanted to see, and notice here, let me go ahead and zoom in. This might be difficult for you guys to see. This is the daily look. And last week, these worked really, really well. So what we're looking for is a price to come down possibly into 40.99 by 40.32. Now, notice where it came into. A lot of you guys follow me. You see I have the automated levels. When price comes into an edge, we look for the price to then push to the upside. Well, that's kind of where we are right now. Okay, let's get over here. This is the 4 hour. This is my go-to for today. Okay, so I want to go over this with you really quick. I shared this chart last week on the 4 hour. We hit that supply zone. We came down. Okay, so for my portfolio, and I like to run my portfolio based off of the ES chart. If I'm looking for the ES to go sideways to down, I want to be out of my longs, or I just want to be small in my longs. Okay, just small positions, just kind of testing it out. And I also have some positions to the downside. It's just choppy. Okay, price pushed up from the trendy edge. We pushed up into the top of the cloud here. I expect this to be resistance, and I expect this to be support. When I have two levels like this, again, resistance being the cloud, support being the trendy edge, where does that put us? It puts us in a neutral state. Basically, price is in price range. Okay, I expect choppiness in here. Okay, so I'm looking at this trade here. What I'd like to see is that we just kind of stall out right here at this cloud. All right. And a lot of people ask me, "Hey John, what's the cloud, or what are the numbers that you have?" So I'm using a 913 and a 22 here, just so everybody knows. So 913 and 22. When we're above the cloud, we look to stay on the right side of the trade to the upside. We look for the cloud to be support when we come back to it. Once we break down inside the cloud, we expect that to be choppy behavior and price action. Right now, again, we're stalled right between both of these levels, the lower end and the top end. So, my overall expectation today, and I like to say this and really emphasize this, my expectation is sideways to down. It does not mean that we have to crash. It doesn't mean that we have to have a deep pullback. All I'm saying is price action is sideways to down. Okay. Now, that's a 4 hour perspective. Now, from a mechanical look, and we talk about the PMZ or the pre-market zone, okay? I know I've went over this many, many times over the last 6 months that I've been with you guys. This is a very mechanical trade. And actually, I really want to be able to share this with you guys today because we had a really good learning experience this morning. So sometimes when we're talking and we talk about like anything that we may think that the market is getting ready to do, we can create bias amongst the masses, right? So if you have a lot of people listening and they're leaning on you for coaching, right? Then when I say I'm looking for the market to go sideways and down, it doesn't necessarily mean that we can't go long, okay? So this 5 minute approach is something where if you battle inside your head, like you have this idea and it's just not working out, and you're like, man, I should have just went to the long side, or I should have went to the short side. This is where I really lean on the PMZ, the pre-market zone. Okay. So it's very mechanical. Remember, it tells you the risk for the day. It tells you where to get long, PMZ high 41 17 and a half. So we want to round up there. And then where to get short. Okay. So I want to show you here. Looking to go long, 3 point stop, 12 points. Looking to go short here, 3 point stop, 7 points. Trendy edge. Why did we put our target here for the downside? Because we look for this edge to be support. Okay. Another thing that I really like to concentrate on a 5 minute is the TCM Pro. All right. So if we come down here and we look right there, notice that price comes down into the trendy edge. We still have red bars. But once we fire 2 yellow bars, if you guys follow, and I know you do, a lot of you guys follow what I'm teaching here, we have 2 yellow bars on the histogram. This tells me that the sell-in pressure has eased up and we're looking to go long. Whether you go long off this edge or you go long above the PMZ and be mechanical, you can see we pushed up here. Notice, okay, and I've been watching up here on JC's trade. I love the trade. The idea here is as we get closer to the edge here, this is where for me is today, my whole plan was to get short inside this zone up here. So around 41.38 by 41.46, okay? I wanted to see a push here first, okay? Now I did take the scalp down here, okay? But this is where I wanted to look at putting on credit spreads or just going short. So far as the range for right now in a 5 minute trend, and this goes with the market, folks. Like I trade the ES, I'm looking for the rest of the market to do the same. So if I'm looking for the ES to push here off of this, then I'm looking for Amazon to push. I'm looking for Meta to push. I'm looking for Google to push. All right. Up here, I'm looking for these things to turn back down. Okay. Now, let me show you a couple things really quick. All right. We're going to teach you just this quick trick. We're going to use Fibonacci's from the pivot low into the pivot high. And what we do know is that when we are trending to the upside, that's a 23 and 38 are bullish. Okay. So let's see if ES futures can actually hold the 38.2. And the 618 is the golden Fibonacci level. All right. What does that mean? Anybody know what the golden Fibonacci level means? It means, you don't have to answer me, when I measure this range, if this level is taken out, then the trend is broken. Okay. It's not the 50, it's the 618 that I use. Okay. So that 41.19 is really important, but for as this trend is concerned right now, we are still holding the bullish channel of that move to the upside. Okay. let's see. How do we get your DS levels on our chart so it's easier to follow your lesson? Well, you can just go out and, you know, I have some free videos that teach you how to find supply and demand. So the levels are actually just automated. So you could do it the old-fashioned way, and I still love to do it the old-fashioned way and just find supply and demand levels if you like. All right, so again, 38.2 holding. What I'm looking for is right in here. Okay, this could be max pain to the upside. All right, we're pretty close. We're getting there. 41.38 by 41.46. We're at 41.30. So, you know, it's still early in the session. You guys, I keep getting this 10:30 slot. So this is like not, you know, the funnest to trade in here ever, right? Not here at Simpler, but I just mean in general into the European close. I would like, you know, expect a little bit of choppiness coming in. Okay. So some other things that I might be looking at is just wait, right? I want to wait. So if I'm going to walk away from the screens, from the ES futures, all right, and just kind of do some scanning, look around for some great trades, I want to set alerts, okay? I want to set an alert down at this 41.19 level. I'm just going to go just a little bit under it, okay? So I'm going to create an alert here and say at or below. And guess what? You can make notes here. Hitting 618. Okay? And this will pop up on your phone. Up here, hitting the area, let's say create alert at or above. Hitting my short zone for the day, hitting my short zone. Okay? Just like that. Okay? Now, what do we do between these two levels? And this is the thing, right? And I always tell everybody this. I live out here in the water, on the water, not in the water, on the water in Florida. And it's very important, all right, for me, for my sanity, to live my life and not stare at the screens every single day. All right? We call these beach trades. And if I'm in a trade right now, then there are only two things that can happen, right? If I were long, right, I get stopped out if we break under here. And if I were short, I get stopped out if we broke above here, okay? But everything between here is, I've already shown you, we have some major levels for today's little move, okay? And as long as price is in there, there's really not much to do. Matter of fact, if you're selling SPX credit spreads and you're waiting for premium to die, this is a good thing. So if you're out and about and you're enjoying your day, whether it's on the beach, whether it's like getting groceries, whether it's like shopping, whether it's picking up the kids, there's a lot of things that you can do during this time. And I always tell people when you put on the trade, there's really nothing you can do except manage your trade. But what you don't want to do is micromanage your trade. All right? Again, only two things can happen. So for me, I'm waiting. All right? I'm waiting for this particular setup. And if it doesn't hit, then I just don't take the trade. Okay? So I'd like to see price push into here before I do anything, or I like for price to come underneath this little red box before I do anything. Meanwhile, I'll stay neutral, just talk to you guys and hang out. Okay? All right, let's go ahead and come in here and look at the overall market. And let's go to gold. So I have a long-term gold position, and you're going to see there are two contracts here. All right. As I like to do what's called OCO orders. Okay. OCO orders, basically, I sent out an alert last week to give you guys an update on my very long-term trade here. So I have a DTE. For anybody that's new, what does DTE stand for? Days till expiration. I have 224 days. Okay. I'm bullish on gold, and I could care less that it pulled back because I am concentrating on this chart right here. And this chart represents 1 year. Give me 1 second if we can find it. There we go, right there. Every candle represents 1 year. All right. And what I like about this trade, okay, in this chart is that the famous inside and up or inside and down. Okay. So this is the mother candle. This is an inside candle. This is an inside candle. This is an inside candle. Okay, we're flagging here. We have triple inside. My support is here. So my plan is If price were to come back into a level, I add into the trade. I'm slowly adding, okay? But what I'm looking for over time is a break above here, a hold above here, and a push into supply, which is around 214 and 239. Okay, not supply, I apologize. Fibonacci extensions up here for this particular trade. Okay, so that's what I'm looking at right there for gold. All right. All right, so the next thing that I want to be looking at is just as far as like intraday trading. Okay, so I put on some spot this morning. It's pulled back a little bit, and it came right up into my level and has, did what it was supposed to do. And that happens too, right? So just to be very aware of, your chart. So I took this last week. This worked out really well. It ended up hitting target up here. And I was looking for a break this morning in this particular stock. But notice that it's come back into this inside and up formation. Okay. This is why I'm buying it. Okay. And this is why I'm adding into it. I'm looking for this level right in here to hold, and then I'm looking for it to wrap back around and then break above this resistance. And then I'm looking for my price target up here, a little bit higher time frame. Okay, let's go right there. Price target between 135 and 146. Okay, just a little bit of digestion after a big move. But if I were to measure from this gap fill into the pivot high, you can see it's still holding above 23.6. So very bullish. Okay, despite the pullback here. All right, so that's what I have far as the things that I'm just watching for right now. Okay, there are multiple things that I'm looking at also shorting. I am short Netflix. Let's go ahead and go over that. And I want to show you what I'm looking at here. Okay, and I'm probably going to add into this trade. Sure, on the 4-hour, it looks pretty good. It popped up into resistance, it's pulled back down, and it's being held by, again, edges, all right, demand zones, and it's being held off by resistance, okay? So we're stuck. We're absolutely stuck, and I get it. So from both sides, you could look at this and go, all right, well, it's bullish because it's holding this level in here, all right? But when I look at the ES futures and I look at the bigger picture, then I'm looking for at least that move down into the demand zone. Okay. So again, let's just go over here so everybody can follow along and kind of understand what I'm saying. So I'm expecting price to pull back into this demand zone. And the reason why, okay, is that we have this big chaotic candle here. All right. This big chaotic candle here. It's bigger than most candles. You guys would agree with that. When price leaves this quickly and moves up, retail tends to chase it. It then comes back into demand where institutions are looking at buying. And this is where I want to be on the long side. Now, as far as the idea of the market pulling back, okay, I then come over to the daily. All right. And on the daily chart, if I'm looking for 1 to 3 days down, okay, and this is day 1, and this is day 2 so far. Day 3 would put me in this trigger long. And the reason why I do daily is because the pattern recognition is typically 1 to 3 days down and a bullish cycle to the upside. So you would say that this is bullish, okay? This is bullish, but this is the second day down in this cycle, all right? We're just popping off of this level. This is what we would expect here, but we're not making a high. Okay, so again, very neutral because we're in between two levels here. But once and if, all right, I should say this, once and if we break down below this cloud, then the probabilities are a lot higher that on that third day or so, we should come in here to seek out demand. Okay, they never make it easy. They never make it easy during a transition into a cycle, especially to the downside. Not in my opinion, because sure, it stairs up, elevator down, and it looks great when you look at the chart, but the timing is the variable. Most people will get in too early, okay, and they'll get chopped up, and then right when they're giving up on their trade to the downside is when the market typically comes back and then dumps, and it's really frustrating. So my my whole thing is when I'm coaching this, the idea, okay, the idea here is that I'm already mentally prepared for this cycle. Okay. I expect it to bounce against me. If I'm going short, I'm typically using debit spreads. Okay. Small risk, bigger return, and I'm aiming for these type of levels, whether it be in Netflix, whether it be in ES, SPX, those type of things. Okay. But during the cycle of chop, I have to have the right mindset. And for me, the right mindset is understanding that I may be early for the cycle. Anybody ever seen that movie, The Big Short? Right? I may be early, but I'm not wrong. Right? That's the whole thing. But again, I may be early in this. Okay. And it's okay. It's okay. Buy a little bit of time. But what I do know, folks, is that I would much rather be and try to be long down here. And honestly, the deeper down, the better than to try to get long up here, right? We're able to showcase these levels and show you these levels before they happen. We did that last week. I shared this chart, okay? So we knew to lay off the long side, but right here in the middle, what did they say? Don't diddle in the middle, right? All right. So if we don't diddle in the middle, this will actually, in a many times, will actually save us money. And I'm all about saving money. You know, I don't want to get too aggressive when, in my opinion, it just doesn't make sense. All right. I want to be more aggressive down here to the upside, and I want to be prepared for the cycle down here. And here I understand that it's just going to be choppy, and my expectation should not be that I'm looking to be right immediately. Does that make sense to you guys? And yes, I will definitely look at Meta. Let's look up here at Meta. Boom, boom, boom. And you are asking, let's see here. Shumi, can I look at Meta for potential iron condor? Yeah, so the way that when I'm coaching or I teach, and we have people that like to sell credit, or we like people that just like to buy straight up. My biggest thing is use the edges. Okay, so for example, how long out do you want to iron condor? Right. Me personally, I would much rather, since we're high on the curve. Okay, notice that this chart looks a lot like that chaotic candle that I showed you on the futures. Right? You agree with that? So yeah, sure, they had earnings, but this is a chaotic candle. And there's a couple things that you can do. You can measure the chaotic candle into the pivot high, and you will see that the 23.6 is holding. Do you see that, Shumi? Do you see that? Like, I want to make sure when I answer your questions, guys, and I'm teaching you something, I need you to follow along so I could teach you this. Okay. Now, what do I teach about the 23 and the 38? Right? I teach you that that's the bullish level, correct? So for me personally, as long as Meta is holding this 23.6, I don't want to be trying to do anything. That's just me. Okay. I don't want to try to guess here. Like, it just doesn't make sense to me. Matter of fact, I'd much rather went long on a dip to the 23.6 today and trimmed here at my automated levels. Okay. But this is what I'll tell you. Looking at my system, this is how I look at this. As long as we cannot get over this level, okay, here, then we continue sideways to down into these levels, okay? That's the mechanical approach, all right? I'd much rather see that it digests between the highs and the 38.2, okay? So again, let's take out the fibs. Let's go to this pivot. Boom. Let's find that 38.2. Okay. And do this right here. You can see that the 23.6 is holding. Let's take this off. All right. So these are the levels. If this, then that. If price gets down to the 38, I actually want to go long. Think about this. If you want to sell iron condors or you want to take any trade, a good trader needs to know where they want to get long and where they want to get short, right? You have to know both sides of that. In this case, what I'm looking for, all right, is if Meta were to come down here, I'd want to get long. So I definitely would not want to be selling an iron condor, all right, in this area because I could get burnt. All right. I want to sell underneath this at least. Okay. And to the upside, for right now, what I'd much rather do, and this is for me, what I'd much rather do is sell call credit spreads here because check this out. It's bullish. It's holding this level. And if we go sideways, I can make money. If we go down, I can make money. And if I'm wrong and we rip and we hold above here, I can buy back the short side and I could look to go long into my targets here. So this guy right here and this guy right here. So long answer for you, but I'm just trying to explain to you how I look at this chart. And what I will tell you folks is that a lot of traders, and I've seen this in a lot of different places, after a big move like this, everybody's trying to short it, you know? Everybody's trying to short it. And the reason why I found that the precise measurement of rallies is really important. Okay. And then identifying that 23 and 38% because guess what got me there? Guess what allowed me to take the time to myself to figure this out is because so many traders were getting run over and I did not want to fall into that bubble. Okay. And I had to figure it out. I'm like, why do people keep getting stopped out when they're trying to short? What is it? And that's what it is for me. It's just finding those two levels there. Okay. So that's what I'm seeing there on Meta. Moving on down here. Let's see, Kelly, McDonald's. Let's check out McDonald's really quick. And let's check it out. I'm going to go to a higher time frame just really quick. And you guys, if you have anything that you want to look at, just let me know. Start typing it in and we can go over that. Again, you caught me at 10:30. Like for me, there's not much to do. Sideways to down for now, just like I said. And let's go over to the weekly. That's the yearly, by the way. Okay, so this is a higher time frame. These are higher time frame zones for me. These blue levels here. And for me, long term, McDonald's is a short as long as it stays under 274. What I'd be looking for, and already was this level here that we came into last week at 262. So once again, long term, you're caught in a neutral area. Okay, and for my experience, from my experience and me watching hundreds of people, most people lose money during a digestive period. Okay, it's digesting. A lot of people are trying to guess where price is going. It's just not something that I'm into. Okay, so here on the daily, all right, not sure what you're looking for in McDonald's, but here on the daily, we are inside and up, but okay, we're very close to resistance here. So I think you're basically set up for a choppy week. It gets more bullish above 268 and a half, and then I would be looking for a move into 271 and 274. Okay, but again, this is resistance up here. Okay, bigger picture resistance right there. All right, let's go to a 4 hour because everything that I'm telling you doesn't mean that we can't go long, right? From a 4 hour perspective or a 30-minute perspective. Check this out. We have 4 yellow bars on the histogram. We came into this level down here, okay? We're in the cloud, so again, expect choppiness. I would set alerts above 267 and a quarter or so. So at or above, all right? And I wouldn't want to get short as long as it's holding this level down here. So I'm going to put an alert here, all right? And again, the reason why I'm showing you this, guys, is to keep me from doing anything. And it's really easy, okay? It's really easy when you're a new trader to think, well, why can't you do something while you're between here? But really, at the end of the day, is when you start to figure out when you journal trades, is that I can speculate here, hey, this is a pretty bullish candle. I'm looking for it to push into this level. It's really easy to see that, but in the bigger picture, it ends up just kind of notice we have a top and wick and it just kind of fades out. So the put and call side are just absolutely worthless here. All right. So Iron Condor, again, I like what John's doing, and I'm not going to put the same kind of trade on, right? Because he's already put that trade on. But I like the idea of selling credit here. Okay. All right. And the next thing would be looking and waiting for that demand to hit. Now, let's talk about that for a minute. Let's talk about Disney. Let's talk about some stuff that's coming up, right? This week, I'm pretty sure, okay, that we have, give me 1 second here. Let's get over here to, let's pull up. We have earnings. We have Disney on Wednesday after the close. Tonight we have Pinterest, Activision, Spirit. You know, I've never flown on Spirit. Tomorrow morning, Royal Caribbean. We have, that's pretty much the only thing I'm really interested in is Pinterest and Activision. But for Wednesday, I'm definitely interested in quite a few names. Let's look at Disney really quick because on days like this, I just smell opportunity. And, you know, potentially if Disney's down right now, then I could be looking at that play into earnings. So let's just check it out. All right. Let's go ahead and check it out. Let's go to a weekly. Let's see what's happening. All right. Let's go to a monthly. All right, so here's the monthly. You have an inside and up formation. This is the inside and up formation. What is price doing in Disney? It continues to come back, folks. Continues to come back ever since May of 2022. And it's basically stayed in here. In my opinion, prices come into demand since May. That is demand. Basically, they keep accumulating here. They're accumulating shares, and the bigger move probably comes from some sort of earnings, right? Some kind of catalyst to push price here. So for me, looking in here, this actually two yellow bars on the histogram. This is a monthly chart, so your mind frame's got to be a little bit different. But I like the idea of Disney to the upside. Okay. Now I'm not telling you to go out and buy calls into earnings. What I'm saying is what I'm looking for is a potential trade to the upside on this pullback. Now, the first thing I see is on the daily is that we came into the 9 EMA cloud. And if you don't know anything about the 9 EMA cloud, guys, you need to put it on your chart. Okay, you can find it. It's free out there. Just put the 9 EMA on there. You can see that this is the cushion for Disney. Every time it comes back, you're finding value here. Okay. Now, again, we pull back into this level. Because my overall sentiment is sideways to down, though, am I going to buy Disney right now because it came into this cloud? I'm not. I'm looking down and I'm looking for my automated levels. And for me, again, I don't want to get caught. I'm going to put a little box around them. Okay. This is where I'd much rather go long. Okay. This is where I want to get long. All right. But note that the EMA is actually helping with that bounce. Okay. Do we have a delay on the time that I'm sharing? Because I feel like I was on ES like 5 minutes ago. I'm going to have to go back and look at that. Yeah. Oh, man. Sam, I already like you, Sam. CELH is one of my favorites. Yeah. Chanello, great question. So, do you typically use a 4 hour chart versus the daily chart for taking action on your FIB levels? So the reason why we have multiple time frames and multiple supply and demand levels is for each trader. All right. So I'll go over this one more time, just really fast for anybody that might be new in here, just for right now. If I double click here, this is a supply and demand scanner basically for my levels. Okay. The orange levels are for people who like to trade. So it's going to give you a lower and a higher. Okay. The lower levels is where we want to get long. Higher levels is where we want to trim longs and or get short. Okay. The orange is for people who are looking to make money, right? You want your trade to work out within anywhere from a couple hours to 1 to 3 days, somewhere in there. Your weeklies right here, the yellow, you're looking to make money, same thing, about a week out. Okay. So for weekly traders, both these, the orange and the yellow. Okay. The pink is for my swing traders, and blue, we don't have any blue right now, is for my leap traders. Okay. Everybody's different. So I don't have a particular time frame. It just depends on what I'm looking to do. So if I were coming over here to the orange and the yellow, I'd be looking at anywhere from a 4 hour to a daily to a 30-minute, any of those. Okay. If I'm looking at pink, then I'm looking at weeklies and monthly charts. Okay. And I apologize, P.net. Let's come over here just really quick. Yep. So yes, and then I'll move on. And let's get over to, I think you're talking about the 4 hour, I'd imagine. You talking about the 4 hour P.net? I think so. Okay, cool. So yeah, so I like the probabilities of this. Okay. I like the probabilities of buyers stepping in here. Now this is a wide box. Okay. This is like 50 points wide, folks. That's $5 in the SPY. All right. But notice if I take this level off, all that is a trendy edge underneath there. It's an automated level. This level down here, automated level. I have a plan for when price comes down into here, and I've taught it to you guys, and it involves using the TTM squeeze. On a lower time frame, we have identified this by using a 4 hour, but when we get there, what we're doing is we're quickly jumping over to a 5 minute chart, okay? And we're looking at the histogram on the TTM, okay? That's all we're doing every single time. All right. Notice here, just so you guys can see, PMZ's working again for a nice little bounce. You see, I went over a long time this morning on how to trade this thing because we get, new traders, and it really is super mechanical, right? I don't want you to get mixed up. If I tell you sideways to down, does not mean that we can't try to take it to the upside or the downside. It's just there to trade off of. Great question I had this morning was, John, how long is this good for? It's good for the day. Okay. It's good for the entire day. So the we have a night PMZ as well for aftermarket traders, for future traders who trade at night, those type of things. Just a little bit different color and so forth. Okay. Anyways, let's move on. Let me get to the other questions here. Do you typically use the 4 hour chart? Like I said, Chinello. So for me, that is for strictly, I love 4 hour for the day, for 1 to 3 days out. Okay. Yep. Let's look at Uber prior to earnings. So I love trading earnings. You guys know that. I shared with you my meta plan last time I was in here. I told you short term to the upside. And it went a lot further to the upside than I was expecting, but it did hit our target, which was pretty cool. Let's go to Uber. All right. Hard to ignore this chart, folks. Let's go ahead. You can see it's been so long that the colors of my levels are different. All right. Let's go ahead and delete that. So from this perspective right here, okay, from this perspective, we're in the cloud. It's moved up since July of last year. Okay. We have 4 yellow bars on the histogram. We have a black dot here. Nice push over my edge. For me right now, support for now is 3260. Next target is going to be just underneath that cloud, which is also lined up with the down pressure. And then we have a target here. I'm going to do this quick for you because it's 11:11. We got about 20 minutes and more questions. I'm going to take this. I'm going to measure the last 2 months. Okay. I'm going to find the 23.6. I'm going to use that level and my level here. Boom. Okay. So support for me is there, and my move that I would be looking for is up into this edge right here. Okay, so these two levels. So this is a short-term target, this 35.40. Okay, but far as like earnings goes, I'm going to use this inside and down formation. Okay, and then I'm going to use the top of this base, and these are and this is where a lot of people get confused. I just use technicals. It's pretty crazy for my earning trades, and I use debit spreads. And so what I notice here is short term, we could get a pullback to support, but the overall trend is to the upside. And so longer term, I'd be buying for myself, and I'm not giving you guys any financial advice here. I'm buying longer term debit spreads to the upside. Now, if I'm wrong, okay, and it comes down, then I collect here. And what I try to do is I set up debit spreads that will pay for the long-term debit spreads. And when we pull back, I buy back the short side, and then I'm long-term for the fact that, boom, we find support, people get washed out, Uber investors come back, and you end up collecting up here, okay? So these are my levels. I hope this helps you. So for Uber, again, my support levels, 31.90, 32.88. It's not very far down. We could extend this if you like because earnings can be volatile. I'm going to come to probably the 38.2 there and 30.79 by 32.88, and upside potential over the next several weeks to a couple months could be 39 to 42, and resistance for right now, let's call it 35.40. Okay, so this is your blueprint, and I always tell people degrade me off of the blueprints that I provide for you when you're asking. They work very, very well. You just kind of gotta learn the verbiage that I use and that type of stuff. Okay. Let's see. So that was Uber CB. Let's look at UNG. All right. So UNG. Wow. I don't go here. Clear this drawing set. All right, so it continues to move down. I love stuff like this. Okay, I love stuff like this because I'm looking for demand zones. This is a monthly time frame. I don't see anything. So when you don't have demand to the downside and to the left, what do you do? Anybody know? What do you do? Anybody? Somebody? You use Fibonacci extensions. Yeah, go all in. Yeah. Use Fibonacci extensions, folks. So over to the left, we have this low. Boom. What you also can do is find the low, okay? Wait for a reclaim. I love looking at divergence between the cloud and price. A lot of people will pay like a ton of money for divergence. Like seriously. And for us, what we do is identify demand, right? And you can just easily look at the cloud and you can look at price. And I think it doesn't take too much to understand that there's a divergence between the cloud and price, and typical divergence between price and cloud is not that deep. It is super deep down here. All right. So we are getting ready or looking for a potential move here. It's just not very common that we get this kind of separation between price and this. Now, before I get into that, let's go over to Fib extensions. So I'm going to use this. I'm not going to go into how I do this right now. There's particular spots I pick and why, but this is, to me, if for some reason it continues to break down, I would be trying to buy at 523. Okay, that's my 23.6. So you can take this level and you can go like this. And what I would do is write neutral in here because I really don't want to do anything. Okay. And then we got to find targets to the upside. So I'm just going to use past edges. Okay, just like that. And I'm going to use structure on the candles, and I'm going to use that cloud. Okay, so it looks like this. So that person that asked me for UNG, this is what I look at. As far as the neutral strategy goes, I actually teach the neutral strategy on my YouTube. You guys can go there and watch a free video. It teaches you all about it. Okay. I've been doing the neutral strategy for over 6 years now. Pretty cool. All right. CELH, I definitely wanted to get to that. One of my favorites. Anytime it's been under 100, it's almost been a buy almost every single time, it seems like. This thing, they partnered with Pepsi. And I heard or saw some of you guys talking about how they had some kind of like, they were getting sued, right? All right, guys, on a big name, all right, and I'll keep saying this over and over. Any big names, news is a catalyst that pushes price into demand or supply, okay? Now, when it comes to like penny stocks and those type of things, I'm just not interested. I'm interested in big names. Okay. So anytime we get a news catalyst, it pushes price down into smarter money, and retail, that's you and me, we tend to latch on to, hey, these guys just got sued, right? And usually it's somewhere where you didn't even get short, but you're thinking about going short, okay? But the move's already happened. So what we look for is on good names is we use the methodology. Where would I want to get long? Like, man, thank you for dropping that news, right? This was the neutral strategy we put together for CELH. I think this was last week. It came into that level, it pushed up, and then now it's pushing up. Okay. Long term, this is a monthly. Okay. This is an inside and down, folks. Okay. And notice that price push right to the inside and down. What I will tell you, I love CELH. However, they do have earnings coming up in a couple weeks. The second thing is, it's a if this, then that. If you didn't execute the trade down here at this level, right now is not the time to execute it. You're too close to the supply zone. This is a neutral strategy once again, right? The idea is you take the trade from here, not up here towards supply. Okay? And let's see. I should wait until I hit the 20 instead of demand for NG. Yeah, it'll definitely show you Tesla. So I have we started Tesla last year and it's currently up about 700%. I had close to 900% last week and I was thinking about selling it all, you know. It was a very beautiful trade that I just kept buying into just long term and looking at demand levels and stuff. And it just took a while to pan out. But you guys have known that I've talked about Tesla quite a bit in here and remain pretty bullish on it. I told you that a lot of the news would bring Tesla down right into smart money's hands, and that's what happened. Let's go over here and take a look. All right, so Tesla on the smaller time frames. Let's go into the monthly, and I'm going to take all this off, unfortunately, just like that. And this is the inside and up formation. Okay, so what I do from here is I anticipate. Okay, I'm anticipating that an inside and up formation is happening once we break over the 173. My targets were, I think I just took them off, but 203, 213, and so forth. These are two opposing zones. For all you folks that understand supply and demand or want to know, these are the two zones that I am going to use. I'm going to use my edge right there. I'm going to pull this down. This is the bigger picture, okay? Please listen up because a lot of people, they're just looking for 5-minute trades. You got to get your mind right for this type of trade. All I care about, as long as this gray box, and I know it's wide as can be, as long as this gray box holds for the year, I continue to look for 257, 315, and then I'm looking for 368. Far as the intraday, just having a good old time. Okay. Notice we have the trendy edges up here. They are resistance until proven otherwise. Okay. Resistance until proven otherwise. If I expect the market to go sideways to down, do I want to buy a long right now? I prefer to buy the long just like the rest of the market when it comes down into demand. I take my eyes and go to the left. I'm looking for bigger candles. I'm looking for formation. There's one there. There's one here. There's a buy signal down there. It's letting me know that we have demand right here. Okay. So this is where I would love to get into Tesla. Okay. Or if you like the breakout trade, which I'm not a huge fan of, okay, those days are over. I prefer to get down here, but if I have to, I'll get long above 199.34 and my stops will be, I would say, at least underneath this 194. Okay. So again, Boom. Where does that leave us? Neutral strategy. Why would I use a neutral strategy? Choppy to down. That's why. Okay? Choppy to down. I don't want to get caught trying to get bullish just because the market bounces a little bit. Does that make sense, everybody? Anybody have questions about that? I feel like I can't stress it enough. I really, really feel that the neutral strategy is one that, for my credit spread traders, you should look at this and be able to determine. You're like, hey, I'm going to sell credit up here until price can prove that it can build above here. And if I'm wrong, I'll buy back the short side and then I'll trade up to my targets. Okay. Right. That's what, if you don't want to just sit on your hands, that's something that you can entertain. All right. Now, as far as a 5-minute chart goes, okay, this is what we had today. Okay. If you took the trade out of the PMZ, you had a couple opportunities. Earlier, I was looking at Tesla. The reason why I didn't take it, I want to show you guys this, is because it already hit the trendy edge. The play is already played out. All right. And see how it's making lower highs? This is what I mean. The cycle is not easy if it indeed is trying to pull back to demand. They are going to pop it, they are going to chop it, and they are going to make you very impatient. You are going to most likely get stopped out. You're looking for returns too quickly. And when you look for returns too quickly during a chop cycle, you're just setting yourself up for disappointment. Okay? Chop cycles, and I've talked about these for many years. This is by far the place where most people lose their money. Okay? How patient can you be? One thing we said this morning, just trade the levels. Trade the levels. Wait for the levels. If price doesn't get there, don't do anything. Okay? On the call credit spreads, so I just use the levels. Okay? So for example, if you're looking at call credit spreads for Tesla, all right, if this was a target up here at 199, then I would just be looking at, selling here and here. Let's look at SPY really quick. Okay. Okay. So notice, remember on ES futures, I was looking for this and this. This is where I'd be selling those spreads. So you ask like a 0 DTE SR, okay, or sorry, Tom Y. What I'm looking for is I would sell the 411 and sell the 412 and a half or something like that. Okay. Right here, or 412s. Yeah. I just use my edges. I get a lot of people asking me those questions, and we have traders that obviously have huge accounts, and then it's different. We would bring them into a higher time frame. So, for example, let's look at the daily on SPY. Okay, and see you got all these little dashes and stuff like that. All of these mean something different. Basically, you're just using the tops and bottoms. Okay, so like for iron condors, for the week, this would be the iron condor. Okay. So selling 416, selling 402. And you're in the middle, which is kind of a nice thing. I always think about that. Like if I'm trying to sell iron condors, which I do not like doing, by the way, but if I were trying to do it, me personally, would much rather do it here in the middle than trying to do it, up here. I'd much rather sell call credit spreads here and sell put credit spreads here. I don't really care. I mean, the iron condor is cool. It's neat, but if you guys are awesome at it, that's great. It's just not one of my favorites. Not because it's I've done poorly. I just don't care to do it. You know, that's just me. All right, so let's look at some of the other names that kept coming down. We got about 4 minutes here. And let's see, Trini John, would you care to explain what your cloud means, represents, defines? Yeah, exponential moving average, Dogbird. So basically what we use it for is a visual for trend. Um, when price is above it, you look for it to be support. When price is above it, we want to be looking to go long as we're not into a supply zone. If we're below it, we look for it to be resistance. It could be a target when you're below it. So for example, right here on SPY, you can see every time it came back to the cloud, it has been support. Every time it's come back to the cloud, it has been support. Once it starts to break down, it's a different story. Okay. So it's just a visual for trend following. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Let's let's go up here. Went over Tesla, um, NG. That's the one you were just. Is this the one you were asking about? NG. Is this the one we just looked at? No. All right. So demand zone, for me is going to be right there. Okay. Let's go to the weekly. Yep. And let's go to. And we've already tested this. Let me show you guys this real quick. We've got 3 minutes. So when you're looking for demand zones, there's one here. But notice when price left, price came back and already tested that. So that's not fresh. Just understand that. This one right here, inside and up. Okay. Nice little move. All right. Coming back right now and testing it. The issue here is it's a really deep zone. Okay. So here's some stuff that I'll share with you because I've been doing this a long time. When we're in the demand zone like this, it's pretty wide. It's 563 by 622. If I'm interested in this, like if I'm interested in this, this would be like an accumulation inside this zone. If it closes underneath this, I close it. I lost. Okay. Personally, I like it right here. All right. But just understand that it can definitely bounce in here. What I would tell you is wait for the reclaim. Wait for price to reclaim above about 625 and hold that. Then you could look to trade into 650, 667, so forth. And let's look at CVS really quick. It looks like we have about 1 minute left. So CVS, this would be pretty easy. I was looking at this the other day. It's actually at a demand level. All right, and it's starting to pop a little bit in here. I mean, it's coming down, but look at the divergence between cloud and price. It's definitely in an area that looks, looks pretty healthy for right now for maybe a potential bounce. So the monthly, if you look here, guys, inside and up formation, we have 3 months down. Definitely could be looking for a relief bounce tomorrow. That would definitely be on my radar. That's a good call. So yeah, and I hope that helps you. Okay. All right, folks. Well, again, 10:30 is not my favorite time to be on the mic, but I do it because I love teaching. But far as trading goes, just have to be super patient. I hope you guys are being patient. Notice that price has not done anything pretty much since we've been on the mic except go sideways to down, but not much of a big move. And so again, just stay patient. Know those levels. Wait for those demand levels. Wait for supply levels. Everything between. For me is speculation, and speculation leads to most losses. Therefore, I'm being super patient and waiting for those levels to happen. You guys have a good one and good luck. We'll see you for the rest of the week. I think I'm in here same time tomorrow, and then Wednesday through Friday, 9:30. All right. So can't wait to see you. I think 9:30 will be a lot better. See you soon. Are they, hey Ash, are these both the same PDFs? Are they different? Are these the same PDFs? Or are they different? Do I need to give them both? Which one? Okay, awesome. Thanks, man. In the world. All right, guys. So let's see. You should be able to hear me now as I'm back. And yeah, so the market's just kind of flopping around, like a fish, man. It's crazy. So, but not not unexpected. So, kind of feel like we're prepared for this. Um, and just trying to be patient. So, for anybody that's new, it's not always like it's so quiet. I feel like it started getting quiet towards the end of the week last week, meaning me. I'm not being as active because I've learned a long time ago that trying to take trades just because we have people does not, it's just not good. So I'm just going to be who I am and know that from the past that this is the period where most people lose money, and I don't want to be that person. So I'm going to gracefully just go really slow and just kind of wait for price to come into our levels. Try not to speculate too much. I'll take some trades, obviously. Got some Spotify, and see if there's something we can do. Looks like Melissa was in a short. She's doing her thing, and so I just what it feels like. Like this is the thing, right? And this is the hard part. What we do is I need you to feel it. You know, this is not the time that you go like deep, on a call side. You don't go deep on the put side. You just kind of play it out, look for the best setups, look for the best ranges. Potentially, we can get ourselves a nice little earnings trade here. So I wanted to look at, well, one thing before I move on is looking at BACs are down about 27 cents. That's good. I'm waiting for banks to come in a little bit more. But I also want to see if we can pull up this earnings. So we have Pinterest and Activision. Let's go over here. Let's go to Pin. Somebody asked me for the Pins chart. I gave that to them. It looks really bullish, long term. If you guys remember, we had leaps last year for Pins. We made 100%. Sold those really early because they were just they literally have been in the same price area for like a year, it feels like. And thanks, Benji. I appreciate it, man. So pins came down into the cloud this morning. These are my zones that I have for pins. 31 to 34. Let's see, what are we trading at? 28. Let's see what the market thinks about pins as far as like implied volatility, all that type of stuff. 157%. Is that it? I feel like I feel like these spreads on 17 March are what I want to leg into for this zone right here. And then as far as protection, so these are like 35 cents maybe. And then the put spreads would be 26 by 24 maybe, short term. Let's see how much those cost short term. 24 by 22. And if you guys can hear me, I don't know if you already knew this, but Melissa had to go to the hospital for her grandson. He had like an allergic reaction or something. I just happened to look down at my phone and notice that she's now coming back from the hospital. So if you guys didn't know that, um, that's where she's went to. 17 March debit calls, and then I'll look to if we can continue to push up. I'll look to buy the puts a little bit later in the day. Is that a big move? Let's see. Let's look at analyze. They are expecting a $3 move. I mean, not really. They seem like very inexpensive, don't they? I mean, seems really inexpensive, but Oh my goodness. Not much going on.